What up, Moon Salad? Okay. I did a little bit of busy work last night. A little bit of busy work. Let's go over it. Firstly, I moved the camera a little bit. Secondly, I basically did all the terrain. Let me try to clear a spot here. We pretty much did all the terrain. We just did the simple stuff to it. We're keeping it nice, keeping it light. It looks nice on the table. Just keeping it simple. So the train's actually done. Like, we don't have to worry about the train anymore. Poggers. Yeah. I got my train done in no time flat. I was so happy when I finally finished up. I was like, yes. So we did these guys yesterday on stream, of course. The trick is, I decided last night that the underlings for the starter team are going to be in silver armor. I might do a different color for their shoulder pad. So we've got silver armor to work on. I also pre-painted the missiles for the glow effect I do later. I don't need to worry about those until we get to that final step, because this step is going to require me to pull out all of my war dogs and a bunch of glue and a bunch of like hardware so I can get the magnets where they need to go. It's a whole thing. But we have to get to it today. In particular, I do think I want to do a different color shoulder pad for this guy. But yeah, you still stuck on your terrain? Dude, if you choose to go hard on terrain, that is... Ugh. That is so brutal. Clean these bristles. I haven't cleaned bristles for this brush in a while. I also put a light up on this side so you guys have better lighting. It might be a little too bright. I'll turn it down a little bit. There's a gnat in my room. I'm not happy. I find that using this Citadel Lilac purple is a really good color when trying to like get silver going. I do really like the lilac purple in the silver situation. I just hate this bottle, man. This bottle does not want to stay open. This is my second attempt at non-metallic metal. I don't consider myself good at it. But the trick is, I'm throwing out the idea of like what I've seen as like what most art channels do is the whole like, I'm gonna show you how to do it. I've always personally hated that approach to painting. The idea of I'm gonna show you how to do it, and then it's like that's the Bible on it, right? Like that's, if you don't follow those terms and rules, you've done it wrong. I've never felt good about that concept. Because then you miss out on the ability to explore different concepts. The ability to go like, well, what happens if I do it this way? And then you do it and you're like, holy crap, that looks really cool. And then everyone's like, wow, that's really awesome. And then you kind of move on from there, having achieved cool new stuff. Where'd my Baharoth go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, like when I've seen people do silver, they just mostly focus on the white. And then maybe they do like an undercolor occasionally, like a reflective color. But I'm always a fan of putting color into things that people are usually like, well, it's gray, so there shouldn't be color in it. It's like, nah, brah. Get some reflectives in there. What's up, Dave? I'm doing all right. As good as one can in the holiday seasons. Yeah, I like that a little better for the shoulder pad. So we need to go through the mix that I have. For the silver. I'm gonna need to put something in here. Come on, here we are. Maybe it's too big. No, we're good. Ink cartridge. I bought lilac on a whim. I didn't expect lilac as a color to be like worthwhile. Then I was sitting here thinking of how to make the silver work. Next thing you know, I see the lilac in the box, and I was just like, oh, hell yeah. It's so perfect. The problem is the leader's bow and arrow is lilac, is a lilac silver. So I think I might need these guys to have their bow and arrows be like a brass or a bronze or something. Emberguard, I mean, we mostly just went over how a game plays out. It's not bad, but we did kind of look into the release schedule for it and the concepts that it's going to have going forward. I'm not super ecstatic about what they've decided to do. You know, because we're coming from Kill Team, and the whole reveal of like, oh, all teams rules going forward are going to be free. I was like, wow. And then to see Underworlds kind of be like, all right, the teams at the top are going to be free. I was like, whoa, it's happening. They really just want people to play their games. But then I realized that specifically Emberguard, only the early teams are going to be free. Everything else after the fact is not. And that includes, as far as I can tell, the re-releases of the old teams that are coming out later, specifically on the 7th. Because they're having all those box sets drop, right? And those box sets have the old teams with new information on them. So the new cards. And if you want the cards for your team, the only way to really get them is to go into basically purchasing a big box of like the collected cards. It's a $60 box that has all the returning team's cards in them. All I want to play is Ephelims. That's it. If I could get my hands on an Ephelims deck and like that's it, I'd be happy. But it looks like I'm going to have to purchase a $60 deck of cards on top of the 2 new rival or Nemesis decks or Rivals decks that are coming up in order to basically continue playing. I'm cool with the individual Rivals decks coming out like on their own. That's pretty awesome. It's pretty great. But man, the fact that because it's right now with Underworlds, it feels like it's all or nothing. Like you either had all the old teams and now the new rules are coming out and you could just get the card updates and it's $60, hooray. Or you didn't have the old teams and now you can pick like a box that you're interested in for $100 and get 4 teams, which is cool for a new player. It's absolutely cool. There's a level there where I'm like, wow, that's actually super useful for someone new getting into the game. But then for me, it's like, screw. Like I have to, I'm talking to people at the store locally to be like, who wants some of these teams? Because I just want freaking Ephelims. If no one buys the Loon Court, I guess I'll take the Loon Court too. I have a friend who might want the vampire one. And I guess that's all fine. But goddamn, I'm about to have to spend $60 on that whole box. Hopefully I can mitigate it with some people who want to hand me $3.75 for their teams. Magnify's wording is exactly as it should be, I think. It is just a little bit wordy. What it boils down to is unless you have the upgrade for it, either the Apprentice or the leader can use the other as line of sight if they can see each other, I believe. I'd have to double check it to see if they left in the vision. The big one is whether or not the upgrade is in play, because the upgrade makes it so that you can use other people once per turn as vision, which is really good. That's probably a guaranteed pickup by every list. It's just too good. I mean, the Technomancer was the healer. It depends on how you view things. It depends on what your plan is, I guess, for the game you're playing. Because, I mean, there's a lot of room for the Psychomancer. I think the Psychomancer still has the wounded debuff, right? Which is really good when playing into elites if you can just put it on, like, their big gunner unit, reducing its ability to hit you and stuff and move around, or get, like, slowing a melee down pretty heavily. It tends to be a pretty good system, I think. But they definitely made the Technomancer better. The Technomancer was garbage before. Like, he served no purpose in the original format, but now he's actually, like, super useful. Like, very useful. Would definitely recommend. But you're going to have to feel out, like, what opponents need what. Because Chronomancer's even powerful into elites. If the elites are very heavy on melee, you can counter Temporal Nanomine in, like, perfect places to make it hyper difficult for them to get to you in 2 turns. It's just a matter of, like, looking at the map you're in and being like, oh, hell yeah. Like, I don't know if I would Chronomancer in, let's say, the Gallowdark, because the counter-temporal nanomine is still good, but it's harder to place it. Just because you don't have a lot of line of sight. And in my opinion, the Psychomancer's frickin' staff is like god tier in the Gallowdark. That thing's always been nasty. It's one of their key components because that army's not quick. That army needs to be able to put some space between itself and its enemy. And if it can't, then it's over. Like, it's just over. You're gonna lose. So they definitely needed at least that option. Because the trick with the Chronomancer is he has 2 extremely strong options. So most people have to kind of pick one or the other in a game. Because, like, the teleport is really stupidly strong. People love the hell out of it. Which I agree with. Teleport is so good. Well, yeah, any of the spellcaster stuff, any of like the really gimmicky armies have so many they have so many wordings in their rules because some of those abilities are extremely strong. There was kind of a problem, I guess, when coming back. There were only a few teams that existed from the last version that had persistent ability. In particular, you had the Warp Coven and the Hyrotech. Those were the big persistent ability teams. And they were extremely powerful. So, like, there needed to be all that wording for, like, oh, if the unit dies, it goes away. If all this stuff happens, it goes away. Like, they needed that. If they didn't have that, they would have been way too strong. Just absolutely crazy levels of strength. Have a good night. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. It's a bit better. I think we might do like little hits of yellow on this like brass-ish thing. I haven't opened this yellow in quite some time. So we'll see if it's dried up or not. That's fine. It's okay. Let me vortex it. Worst case scenario, we'll just pull the demonic yellow back out from Army Painter. It's pretty much the exact same thing as Flash gets. Hair color. Do we stick with the red that they all seem to have? Maybe we do. I think we go with the red. That's got to get vortexed. I love it when you open the paint and it's straight up just like, hey man, look at all this medium next to all this pigment. It's a good feeling. Definitely a really good feeling. Oh, hang on. Back at it. Yeah, let's just go red. Red's a good classic plume color. printing a Votann Land Fortress for someone? Man, locally, we have so many people locally who have 3D printers at our local shop and group and everything. And it always sounds so cool at first, and then like a week in, they'll be like, "Oh man, this part stopped working, and I can't seem to find it." Because I guess among 3D printing, there's so many different like pop-up companies that are just appearing, figuring out how to quickly and effectively build a working 3D printer, selling as much as they can, and then like vanishing from the market space because I'm guessing maintenance and repair on those things is expensive, and they don't want people constantly asking for like parts and stuff. So rather than do that kind of thing, they just like bail on the industry. It's so weird. I kind of get it though, like a little bit. It's almost like airbrushing. Like there's a few companies where it's like, yeah, they work all the time, and then there's like all those like Alibaba brand companies that just come and go. Like one of the guys that goes to the store that I play at has, I want to say he has like 2 printers that just don't work. All right, what color do we want to make this? Yeah, they don't work, and he's looked into it, and there's no way to get parts because the company he bought it from, that he thought was like a good company, just like decided to vanish about a year after he purchased it. That's kind of been the thing, man. With like, I've noticed a lot more on Twitch that the ads that they play on Twitch are AI scripted, AI voiced over, a brand no one's ever heard of that I'm pretty sure was invented on the spot to try to sell a product. That seems to be the new thing, is basically picking a Temu project, or picking a Temu or Alibaba product, and then setting up a company for it to sell it. Like AI-based logo, AI-based brand name, AI-based commercial. And then it's just like super weird. You've probably seen them if you wandered around on Twitch. Like the lifestyle brand stuff, like the lifestyle like ginseng brand and things, where you listen to the commercial and like some of the sentences don't make sense. You're like, okay. All right. What color, what kind of animal? Did we do an animal here? No. We just kind of let it roll. Maybe we let it roll. I don't know. I kind of want to hit the top with a color. Oh, I know. I know what color we want to use. Just a really light glazing of rust gray, because rust gray is always cool. It's never not cool. What we're going to do to try to differentiate the blade from the sword as well, or the blade from the armor as well, is to go into the blade with some rust gray. Lightly touching the surfaces on some of these peaks and calling it a day. But then we go in here and we try to get the flat surface much as we can. That way the blade feels more just like straight plate metal rather than silver. They look so dramatic and well put together for such little effort. Dude, I love this method. This method is so fun. We'll hold off applying the basing till later. I'll give this one some skin tone. The other one's face is buried enough in its armor that it's cool to leave it cobalt. I was gonna go pick up more cobalt and white ink today. Got a little distracted, had to run an errand. Just a little bit of flesh tone. Just a little hint that there's a person in there. Nothing major. Nothing overly worked. I'm gonna try to focus this and leave it. The servo very obviously doesn't know what to aim for. Poggers. Begs the question, when I start making my Emperor's Children, do I non-metallic? I think this might actually be the method. Ah, God, this is the worst. This is kind of the method I want to use for them, because, dude, this looks so banger. Like, this would be the ideal starting color scheme for an Emperor's Children army. But I still love the idea that I had, which is the blended armor between pink and purple. Their old color scheme and their new color scheme kind of wonking out. But like, goddamn, if I started the whole entire army like this and just did this like quick method of panel painting, across every unit to just be like, oh yeah, there's the pink on the shoulders. Oh, that would look so cool. Because in this system, the plan with the Emperor's Children is to install blacklight LEDs in a lot of the leaders' bases and the like squad commanders and stuff. That way, in the actual character itself, I could turn on the blacklight and people could see the actual glowing paint. The blacklight reactive paint. It's kind of the whole point. Sir, this is magenta. Get it right, you colorblind freak. Just saying. What up? Yeah, thanks. Let's continue with... I think we're gonna do barricade. Maybe Ash? Nah, brigade sounds best. We're just trying to get through the old pile of shame. Because with this cleared out, then I don't really have to worry much going forward for a bit, at least until the Emperor's Children drop. Then it's all gonna be about playing games, going over strategy. It'll be good. It'll be good. Just gotta get it done. I do think the Army Painter Fanatic line was actually pretty good. I only have a couple of their paints, but they do work really well. Sadly, it was one of those situations where I already owned so many paints that when I came across a store that was selling it, I was like, oh, I could dump so much money into this. But then I just thought of all the paints I'd basically be throwing away at that point. Because there's just no reason. They do go on really smooth, though. So I picked up a bright yellow-green. Which is good. It's always a good color to have with good coverage. Oh, you got a lot of the Fanatic paints? Dude, they're so good. Buttery smooth application, easy to convert into a more glaze function. Lucky. The only store that carries them, actually both the stores that carry them, are either 35 or 40 minutes from my house, which not the worst. I could make a day of getting out there and picking some up. But at that point, it's like budgetary, right? Like at that point, I'm basically going, all right, I need to save up so I can buy a ton of them. And then I'm going to just throw out all this paint that I purchased that I've only used some of. It's like, I don't know. I think we can get through the paint that I have. Trying to figure it out from there. 'Cause it's fine. Pro Acryl's good. Pro Acryl from what I've used is it goes on really smooth, but I've always had a hard time like gradiating it and lowering the opacity of it. So it always feels weird when I'm trying to use it. Let me actually switch over to the thinner bristles. I've always used Pro Acryl White. I am starting to use SoFlat White, though. SoFlat White seems to be pretty good in terms of its like requirement of less layers to apply to get a more opaque pigment. It's always good. But yeah, Pro Acryl is one of the good ones. I have a friend that uses Duncan Rhodes Too Thin Coats. That paint sounds weird. Like, I'm guessing that was like a Kickstarter campaign. because I keep hearing like updates about it from people where they're like, oh, the new set's coming out. And you have to kind of like get into a situation of pre-order, which is weird. Although I think one store near me does carry 2 thin coats. So I guess there is a storefront option at least. I don't know. It seems weird. It seems very peculiar. No, yeah, I only use white. So when my normal paint schemes tend to be like block out paint schemes. Which means we'll get through a lot of the stuff. I'll try to airbrush some of the effects and textures as best as I can. But then when it comes to actually like finishing the model up, I'll usually go back in with like white to pick out areas where I'm like, okay, I don't need that to be a gradient. I want that to be different. And then we usually, after I get it white, I usually go back in with contrast paint or just a layer paint and go over top of it. Which is why Pro Acryl White was so good, because it was super thin, one-time use, pretty much. You just one layer it and you're good. It was a solid paint for that kind of thing. All right, Pope. Excited because these guys are probably going to get done very soon, which is good. We'll go through the scales. The scales are way faster than this because like there's barely anything I need to paint on them. It's usually just like the 2 tones for the skulls, maybe like a couple pieces of metal here or there, just nothing important. They'll probably be super quick. I'm gonna need to go grab a paper towel though for when I get into the mica powder for the base. I have not used Milliput enough to know how it interacts with anything. I've used it a little bit on one base and it did okay, but like I don't know about resin. That feels like a whole other story to me. To my understanding, Milliput's kind of like water soluble. So like there's a little bit of danger there. Get the so flat white down. The big bright spots. Get some more gray out. So yeah, I don't know. Do you not have green stuff? I don't even know if green stuff sticks to that. Resin is a whole other animal. Get his plumage going. Gale Force, the company, I don't know if you have access to them where you are, but Gale Force green stuff, they've been selling like huge amounts of that for pretty decent pricing. It's actually how I had enough green stuff for my Castigator that we painted. The one with all the Zangor parts all over it. I bought 1 brick of it and I still had stuff left over by the end. Brighten up the top knot a little bit. Hail yeah. I know some people say that the way they do like molding of stuff is milliput and green stuff as like a blend. No idea how that works. Because I feel like it's 2 very separate chemicals, but maybe not. Underworlds is both good and like a little awkward and bad. Rules are good. The rules are good. Playing was fun. Finding out about how they're planning on going forward by relaunching a lot of the old teams and the way they're going to be doing that. Super not happy about that, definitely. There's a bit of that's because I play Kill Team, and seeing what they did with Kill Team to be like, hey, we want more people playing, here's how the rules work now, and you're gonna get all the stuff for free, like team rules wise. There are some rules you're gonna need to purchase because like the light rules aren't good enough. You do want a rule book, stuff like that. But for the most part, like, teams come out, rules go up, hooray, everyone's happy. Underworlds kind of started like that, at least visually. I mean, they didn't say that that's what they were doing. Of course not. But going forward, like, the rules coming out, you have to purchase in some way, shape, or form. So, like, I want to play Ephilums. The only way I can do that is either by buying an $100 box with 4 teams, including Ephilums, which I already own, so I don't want another Ephilums team. Their alternate play for that is to buy a $60 box instead, which has a ton of team decks of cards in it, and I don't own any of those other teams. So, like, it's like a weird, they probably should have figured something else out kind of situation. But I don't know. They had a good template already with Kill Team, and then they kind of like walked away from it. Which just seems awkward. Gameplay wise, though, pretty good. The one other thing I worry about, because they are releasing two new decks of rival deck type stuff, if you're familiar with 40K, which is one of their biggest brands, the rules for competitive play is near impossible to get. They usually do like 1 or 2 printings of it, and they just don't print more for a while. And then they just, I guess, wait till the next deck of cards comes out to print, and then they do it then. Like, everyone at the store is wondering where the hell the cards are, because thanks to Space Marine 2, we just picked up a metric ton of new players who are like, what do I need? How do I get into the competitive games? How do I play that kind of situation? And the store owner doesn't have an answer, because he keeps asking every time they do a conference call, hey guys, where are those cards that everyone needs for competitive play? To which he gets, they'll come out when they come out. And now we're getting the decks of cards, like new decks of cards for this game. I'm not seeing them reprinting the 4 that came out in Emberguard, but you do kind of need the Emberguard box. They're not selling the board separately. They're not selling the stuff separately. You need the Emberguard box, which is a little weird. But the 2 new decks of cards coming out, it really... My biggest issue with Underworlds is that it becomes FOMO really quickly. It really becomes FOMO just so quickly. You really need to keep up with it. You really need to keep paying into it. And it makes it feel a little weird. Let me go grab a paper towel, because we're going to do the mica powder on these. And that means a lot of mica powder is going to fall, and I'm going to have to wipe it up. Because, yeah, I'm about to buy a $60 box of cards for 1 team. And then 2 decks of cards to make sure that I don't lose the option of having those decks of cards in future. Because Nemesis format requires you to have 2 decks of cards you blend. And because of that, you kind of want all decks of cards. Because if there's a really good blend for your team that makes them extremely strong, you're gonna want the other cards. That's just how it is. So here we go. Which kind of sucks. I feel like they are so close to a Magic the Gathering or Pokemon level collectible game. I get that people would hate that. And Games Workshop's already always under fire for pricing and everything. But if they had a whole side of their business that was just figuring out how to make more cards, and if they just found a way to make it so that you could just buy whatever team you wanted, maybe they re-release them, maybe they retire them, it's a whole thing. And then there was just like blind bag cards, just like how Magic works, just like how Pokemon works, and you could just buy cards, build decks out of them. I feel like they have something there, but they're never going to pull the trigger on that. Yeah, the only reason I'm picking up the 60 is because I already have Ephelims, and I like Ephelims. Ephelims is my team. I really enjoy the concept of them. Just the oddity of like a bunch of minions that get upgraded and stuff. I want to see how they work in the new mode. I was really hoping they would drop the cards and a PDF on the website to be like, and if you don't have the cards and you don't really have anything else, you know, you can always get these printed. And then just get to playing. And it's like, cool, I've saved money on the team. And instead, I'm going to go, you know, buy the 2 decks of cards and we'll be done. It's good. Just not how it panned out. But gameplay-wise, it's good. The changes they have made... The changes they have made to the format, the changes they have made to the systems that are intact for this game... They're actually really useful. I love the increase in technical lethality, because there's already such a high chance that you're not going to hurt your opponent when you go to roll. Like, man, when we were test gaming this, almost everything I did was just whiffs and fails and like, oh, I get to roll 3 dice. I have to roll crits or hammers. Oh, I rolled all friggin' single support. Cool. Like... It feels like the old Underworlds where you're just not hitting ever. So having them kind of increase lethality in other ways, super useful. Yeah, we were, well, in the test game we were doing, our tunnel pack was just dominating the entirety of the game. But in the last second, we kind of decided, because we wanted to see, like, rolls and stuff. Like, I'm just testing rules. We weren't trying to go for the win, necessarily. We decided to go for a pretty big combo play that involved, like, multiple movements to try to get some support so that the attacks can occur with the higher chance to hit and all that. But the other deck had an ability to counter flanking, and it was like... It was a pretty cool combination that eventually led to a... It was like a 5-point turnaround that caused the Ember Watch to go from losing to winning. So that was pretty cool to see. Because the game is hella swingy. Like, the old system was kind of straightforward. Like, you'd either win or lose. You really sort of knew that you were going to win or lose. Right? I was rarely in a situation when I played where there wasn't such a huge advantage for the opponent, while also knowing that the missions that I had in my hand weren't achievable, as well as the missions in my deck. Like, none of them were going to be achievable anymore. And it's just like, oh, I'm going to lose. And that's all I could think of. But in this, like, I was so far behind, and I was like, oh, I could actually win if this occurs. And it seriously, it was like a 5 or 6 point swing. It was crazy. So seeing that that's an achievable function in the game is really nice. Oh, that's purple. From the box of all the cards I'm purchasing, I might pick up Loon Court, like as an actual team to play. I might grab them. Loon Court sounds really fun. I have all the Mirrored City teams, which those are the teams that came out for free. I need to get them printed. I like the idea of Mollog's Mob, specifically because there are some there's some like cards out right now, like decks of cards that honestly, holy crap, you could easily buff a single unit up really powerfully. In Sentries, there's a card that doesn't cost anything for your glory rating, and it gives you +1 move speed. Like, there's just so much crazy crap for enhancement that I feel like Mollog's Mob could be really good to just have, like, enhancement, work your way to try to get Mollog to have, like, 3 or 4 enhancements on him, and then just start stomping people. I think that could be cool. What's up, PhD? Wait, what's the rune mark thing? Oh, are you talking about, wait, what are you talking about with rune mark? Are you talking about, how you can hit? Because I know there's some, is there like an enhancement that makes it so that you can choose between like knife or hammer? You can't just do both? Which is fine. I mean, that should be how it is. Because enhancement-wise, like, I know one of the decks, I think it's Cataclysm, had the ability to turn your attacks into having Ensnare, which is really good. Great against dodge teams. What I do like is, it sounds like what we're going to be getting going forward. We're going to try, it looks like they're going to be giving us decks that don't have plot cards, and then decks that do occasionally. And if you're going to blend a deck for Nemesis mode, you can only put the cards from one plot card deck into that. Like, you can't pick 2 plot cards and run 2 plots at the same time. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Because I was wondering about that. Because I think it's the tunnel pack. The tunnel pack has a once per game gain every benefit on the attack. So you gain all the benefits and then you just pick one. I'll have to look at that. Let me back up real quick. Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at this. Let's look at this nonsense. Moon, that thing looks ridiculous. That dude, Moon, that's like two sets of Land Raider wheels on the side of like a train. That looks so ridiculous. Is it under the how to make attacks section? What's weird is the rulebook that's on Warhammer Underworlds doesn't have any information on how to play competitive Nemesis. It stops, like the page is cut off. It's dude, I feel like they're just mishandling Underworld's relaunch. I don't know. It just feels awkward. Scrolling. Critical weapon ability. Some weapons have a ruin mark preceded by a crit. This is called a critical weapon ability. Critical weapon abilities are chosen the same way as weapon abilities and have weapon abilities. Some weapons have rune marks that give you attacks players access to weapon ability they can choose. Rune marks are commonly found next to the weapon on a fighter. Some power cards will grant a weapon an additional rune mark. If a weapon has more than one, then the attacker's player can choose which weapon ability to use. However, an attacker player can only choose one weapon ability to use until the attack is resolved. So how does this work with the crit ones? I imagine they're never going to release characters like this. But if there was a rune mark that was flat, like let's say Cleave, but then there was a rune mark that was like Critical Grievous on top of it, would you have to pick to use Critical Grievous or Cleave? Or is it like you can only pick one of the standards, and then if you do crit, because this says rune marks with a crit, this is called a critical weapon ability. Critical weapon abilities are chosen in the same way. Yeah, so if you have a critical weapon ability in a standard, it looks like you would have to rune marks. They then play a surge that gives the weapon oh, okay, hang on. Example. During an attack, Artemis picks a weapon that has a crit Grievous rune mark. They then play a surge ploy that gives it cleave. In step 1 of the combat sequence that follows, Artemis can pick one weapon ability, but they cannot pick both. Artemis chooses cleave, meaning rolls of hammer cannot count as success. Wait, meaning the rolls of the armor. Okay, so yeah, even if it's crit, that's crazy. Okay. Steeljack. If somebody else has a starter kit, no. But you, again, this is why I think Underworlds is always misused by frickin' Games Workshop. You do need a board. You do need cards. If your opponent has extra cards or then that's fine. You can do that. But yeah, you pretty much need the starter set for yourself if you've never played, because it'll come with the dice, it comes with the tokens, it comes with 4 decks of cards, it comes with the board. That's the core of what you need to play. I am not happy they didn't release that separately, as far as I can tell. And then after that point, you're going to be getting, I don't know if you already have teams or if you're looking to get teams. There on the 7th, there should be 4 different boxes dropping. Those 4 boxes come with 4 teams each that have their own decks of cards in them, so you can kind of get boxes with teams you want. Or there's a single box for $60 that has all of those teams' cards, but not the teams. So if you already have the teams, like I do with some of them, you can just go that route instead. Or there's some free ones online that if you have, you can just print those teams out. There are going to be 2 decks of cards coming out around that time as well that are going to be added to the total decks of cards you have access to play competitively or casually or whatever. Technically, I guess if you already have some things, you could get started that way. I will say this, look into third party, look into like third-party access to things. There was a Underworlds channel that decided to show off Emberguard, and the way they did it is they busted out a custom-made board. They did it in, I want to say, like that pink stuff, like that pink cuttable surface mat that then they spray paint and everything. They built a hex grid with gaps between each hex out of that stuff, and then all they do is they put visual representations of the components on the board. Like if there's a snare spot, they have something that is basically like this is a snare spot. If they have a blocking cover, they actually have physical pieces in the shape of the hex that they can put on there, so there's like a cool pillar that sits on the actual board. Third party is probably a good way to go if you're just looking to get like the board and stuff, just like basic offhand things. But for the most part, yeah. There should be. Let's look at the pre-orders. So on the 7th, you could get Jaws of Itzel apparently on their own. I don't know why. I guess, is this the new one? What is this? I don't know. But there should be one of these, I think. Heroes and Hunters. I guess Jaws of Itzel's it. Doesn't look like they have the boxes. You all. Like, this is what I need to get, which is apparently temporarily out of stock. That doesn't make me happy. And then I need these. These are going to be the 2 decks of cards that come out later. I guess Itzel isn't part of one of the grander boxes. It's on its own. So 44, you get your main card, your team cards, and the squad. Jaws of Itzel. Same thing, December 7th. I don't like how the shop's set up. I don't know if you have access. I don't, maybe in your area it might be different, but you have to kind of click this. Like, you'll see this, but you kind of need to click that and be like, oh, here we are. And if it's only this for you, and then this, I don't know. That's crazy. This bothers me. This bothers me so much. Cause seriously, it's there they are. This is my team. I like this team. Temporarily out of stock. No. Hopefully the stores near me get it, but I don't think they will. The one local doesn't really care too much about this game, so they don't really pick much of the boxes up for it. The local store, the local Warhammer store might have them, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not great. I wish it was a little better. Let's get to work on the Skells. Just a quick reminder, kind of the goal. They're very easy because they're very small, which means that the way that I approached them with the airbrush made it very like light for where the detail is going to be. Again, the only reason I'm painting these is because when looking at the free rules, I found out the starter teams also had free rules. It's a good game. Like, I wish Games Workshop would support it better, like have better thought process as to what they're gonna put out and why. More people should play it because it's skirts the competitive and casual line so well. Like this, my cousins play. My cousin and his wife specifically play board games, and if they were ever like, "Hey, do you want to bring something over to maybe play with us so that we can kind of like see your side of things?" I'm not bringing 40K over. That's not happening. I'm not bringing Kill Team over. I would bring this. This is that game. This is the, let's bridge the gap between we only play like simple board games and we want to like experience a game you play and enjoy. That's what this is. If they could just get it right. That'd be so pog. Yeah, you're going to want that. You're going to want a person to play. I managed to get one other person to play the last edition. Actually, two, maybe. No, I never really played it with that one of my other friends. I managed to get one person to play it with me, and at the end of it, he was like, dude, this is really good. And I was like, I know. If only everyone else could see what we see. going to want to set up the photo booth after we're done these guys. We might get a bit decently far into doing stuff here, though. Because after this, we just have to paint the Knight's weapons. And then probably later this week, we might take a minute. And work on the technical side of things by magnetizing those Knight's weapons. Actually get to finish that up. Because part of me does want to just play Knights. It feels so comfortable because it's so close to the concept of Kill Team. Just a small group. You just have to pay attention to like where they're at, how much damage they've taken, what kind of damage output they can put out. You just have to pay attention a little bit, and then you're fine. It's not the best team, but it's a good team. I like the way mine looks. Trying to think of something a little fun to do with these guys, maybe. I think I might take the fluorescent red SoFlat and pick one eye socket to put it in. I think that could be pretty good. Is it like a casual game? Is it a fun game? Or is this like a everything's on the line, my reputation kind of game? Because if that's the case, I'd probably go with an elite team. I mean, it's easier to play. Seven wins out of 100 losses, or seven of 7. Going hard in the paint. I think we'll try to assembly line this a little bit more. I feel like Wormblade would be fun, but at this point I just want to learn Mandrakes. Is there a team you want to like learn and kind of like have that be your main, or are you still trying to feeling stuff out? You looking for something like fun and gimmicky? You got the shenanigans bug like I do with my Mandrakes. Dude, Mandrakes are like a million shenanigans in a box. Like, they're so crazy. Or you can blow people away with Hearthkin Salvagers. That's always my favorite. Oh, they only move 5? That's not that great. Oh god, why is everything on my table getting deleted? Dwarf Rage. Dude, Jaeger, I almost bought Jaegers. It was between Jaegers or Mandrakes. I walked into the store thinking I wanted Jaegers, which meant the Jaegers would have been purchased, and they were. So Mandrakes were there, so I just grabbed the Mandrakes instead. Jaegers have really fun sounding abilities. Like, they're the dual pistol guy being able to shoot, I think, at the end? Like, once per game, I think he gets to shoot... Is it a strategic gambit? He just gets to, like, off-sequence shoot something, like, extra. And if something dies to one of his guns, like, everyone in the area near it loses APL. Like, it's so fun. It's such stupid fun. I love it. I think the only model in that entire team that I'm like, I look at and I'm like, is the Mine Layer. It's a good one-box team, though, because they don't have a lot of specialists, but they do have a lot of slots. So you get a lot of warriors, which is the same thing that happens with the Mandrakes. You only have, like, 4 specialists for, I think, an 8-person or 9-person team. You're basically going all specialists if you can. There's almost no reason to take all warriors. Although, my favorite thing about them is the only way to really tell the difference in who's who is who has a top knot and who doesn't. So I could just go like, oh, by the way, this one's a warrior, and just run him as a warrior. It's fine. Like, seriously, Mandrakes are the team of top knots. It's like dark baristas. Grimdark Starbucks. If I ever go into a tournament with my Mandrakes, my team will be called Grimdark Starbucks. I'm doing it. Nice. The one thing I like about Mandrakes is if you can get the two-handed sword wielder into a good spot and then just start slaughtering the enemy with him, you just start handing out +1 APL permanently to your team. It's such a crazy concept that everything he kills gives your team a token. And you can spend that token on like 2d3 heal or +1 APL for the rest of the game. It says next to it for the rest of the game. I was like, oh, whoa. So the goal is to get him into melee combat turn 2 and just start killing things. Start giving all of your characters +1 APL for the rest of the game. Way too funny. Warp Coven's one of the strongest right now. It's the, to my understanding, it's the 3 Sorcerer Rubric team. Because you just go Soul Reaper. I want to say the 3 Rubrics, or the 3 Sorcerers, And then I believe it's the Warp Flame Soul Reaper, right? And then Icon Bear? I think that's the team. Because it's 6 total, which would be the leader, and then 2 Sorks, and then 3 Rubrics, which would be Icon Bear, because Icon Bear is top tier. No, I didn't. It's literally the top knot. I should just make them have different colored hair to be all the different specialists, but I really didn't. There's only one of them that looks so close to a warrior that it really feels like that. Because all the specialists, it's the one with the big blood shield. I mean, that's just a guarantee he's the specialist. It's the other one who's pulling flame from his other hand. So that's guaranteed a specialist. There's one that just looks like a warrior with a top knot. I know that. Your leader looks like a warrior with a top knot with a curved blade, which none of the other guys have. And then, of course, the two-handed sword. I mean, if you look at the two-handed sword guy and go, is that a specialist? There's something wrong. But there is one of them that the only thing that lets you know it's a specialist is the top knot, because it has a pretty basic sword. It has a pretty basic burning hand weapon thing. Me personally, I'd try to learn the Hearthkin Jaegers. I think they're really good. They still have that that early game dash, right? Like right at the top of everything, you move. I think it's a full reposition. Is it a 4-inch distance? It's like slightly better than reposition, I thought. I think they have like just a really good starting ability. Like right off the bat, you're just like, and we move. Whole team up in your face. Getting aggressive with our close range runic shotguns. It's like, all right, cool. Any early game repositioning is always so strong because your opponent is going to have to like second guess everything that's going on in front of them, because wherever you put your stuff down, that's probably not where it's going to stay. So you have to kind of assume some things as the opponent. Which makes Jaegers one of those teams you can't deploy, you can't like counter deploy into. You can only straight up deploy. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the 4 inches is what's crazy, because the standard dash one, like the actual dash scouting, is 3 inches away. And a lot of teams that have that kind of a thing built into them only say 3 inches away. So the fact that they get the 4 is like, I don't know, it's just so much cooler. They're so quick with their little legs. Skelly man. Still looking for a good service to be able to print all these teams out, the free teams, like on a Bristol paper, like a nice solid paper I could cut out later. There is a local service, but I think I'm going to have to adjust the PDFs before I send it in with them. Because Games Workshop did that whole thing where one's landscape, one's portrait in terms of orientation. And I think if I send that to the company, they're going to be like, we're going to charge you $20 to make us change this file to go through the printer properly the first time. I'm just going to have to like rotate one of the pages. They do it for every single one of them. For all of the Mirrored City teams I have. For all of it. Ugh. What's cool is the cases I use for the units on the actual field are the hard plastic, completely clear on both sides cases. So once I get them trimmed up, I could put both the enhanced, the awakened and whatever. I'm trying to remember the word. Inspired. I could do both the inspired card and the regular card in a single one. Oh, you're talking about Gellerpox? They can be. It depends on your map. What are you playing? Are you playing open field, so to the point where like terrain is going to be placed by you guys? Or are you going to be playing Volcus presets? I think they do really well in Volcus. Because Volcus has so much heavy terrain that it's very hard to see things, which is useful for your Juggernauts, because they need heavy terrain to stay concealed in. They need all that. They can't be seen in lots of light terrain. So if you're about to play locally and your normal kind of like group tends to focus more on like tons of light scatter terrain, that'd be terrible. They'd be at a massive disadvantage on open field. But if you guys are very keen on trying to put a bunch of heavy terrain on the map, then they're fine. They're really good. Of course, they hit like trucks. They're scary into everything, man. They also have one of the coolest abilities, I think, like pre-game abilities that can occur. The stockpile. The corrupt stockpile thing, where you force your opponent to have to look at his equipment and go, well, I guess I'll get rid of this one. That is so badass, dude. When you play into the Gellerpox, you have to expect that you're only playing with 3 equipment points. You have to. And there's so many teams right now that when we've looked at them, they need all 4 equipment points to be like truly maximum power. So the fact that the Gellerpox goes, nope, you are going to be 3/4 strength. Just right off the bat. It's such a devastating concept. Yeah, so as long as you're focusing bulk on heavy and you have a ton of it on the field, they're a good team. They really are. They're great in Gallodark. Their biggest issue, I think, is that you need to kind of hold your command points. I think your go-round on that team, the best potential go-round you can have on that team is turn 3. Because you need a bunch of command points together to really maximize that turn with just like double fighting, charging through enemies, stuff like that. Like you need a lot of command points on your go-round. top 3 favorite? This is going to involve needing to really think, because the problem is I've only looked at so many. I've looked at a lot of them, but I've only looked at so many. Like, I think scouts aren't that interesting. I think Blades of Cain aren't that interesting. I need to take a look at Hand of the Archon again, because Hand of the Archon were really bland when they first got released. And I think they're probably still bland. Angels of Death, kind of bland. It was cool to see them get the get Strike Team Justinian in there as like part of their selection. That was kind of cool. But I don't know, man. I love Mandrakes for how much weird stuff happens with them. Here, let me move this. I love the Mandrakes for the weird stuff. I think Warp Coven are way stronger than they ever were, which is going to be sad when they leave, because I've always wanted to focus almost exclusively on Warp Coven. They're definitely going to get a huge nerf, though. But I like what happened with Warp Coven for this last year, because they added a whole other type of Zangor. They refocused how the sorcerers work. Like, they did a lot of work with them, and it's weird that they put that much effort in only to be like 1 year. So I do really like Warp Coven. I play Thousand Suns. That's my main army. I love them. God. See, I would, if Warp Coven wasn't there, I would have put Hierotek there, because Hierotek's basically alternate Warp Coven. What else? What one team really stands out to me? I love the concept of the leaders of Brood Brothers, but I don't like the rest of the team. I feel like in my own head, I'm constantly cycling back to either Salvagers or Jaegers. But at the same time, okay, so Salvagers, because they have so many options and so much going on, because of all their specialty heroes and things, their special, like, how their specialists work by utilizing abilities all over the field, activating single AP abilities that, like, mark targets and do all this kind of crazy stuff. That's really fun to me. And I love them for that. Jaegers are kind of close to them, though, with their own flavor, though. Ugh. I think Hearth can scare people who know, like, if you're playing a team and you're playing into someone you know plays Hearthkin, like they play them well, you know it's a scary prospect, because you know that they know what they're doing and it's gonna hurt. Blades of Cain, okay, so cost wise, Mandrakes, 1 box, you're done. Blades of Cain, you're buying the box of Scorpions. Cool. You're also going to need a couple boxes of Storm Guardians, I believe is the term, as well as Howling Banshees. You need those. You absolutely need those. It is way higher of a cost for a team than what you would expect to run that team. If you're going to do it, like if you have Eldar and you're like, yeah, I'm going to get them anyway, go for it. 100% go for it. But if you're just like, I want to get Blades of Cain, I just want to buy the box, and it's like, don't do that. Play Mandrakes. Yeah, so if you're going Aldari, I would say, especially now, so we got new Swooping Hawks, we got new Warp Spiders. Were the Guardians, they showed new Guardians as well? Stormguard? Oh, Dire Avengers. That's what it is. Did they release new Dire Avengers? I'm trying to remember what they showed us. knowing how it works, you guys are gonna be like, yeah, and then they're gonna release like a swooping Hawks kill team. You're gonna be like, no. Because those sculpts look good. Good sculpts. Okay, we'll take some time. Honestly, at the end of the day, if we only get these teams done today before wanting to end stream for food and all that, I'd be okay with it. And I think we will. So let's actually take a look at the Hand of the Archon. Yeah. Blooded? Yeah. It's sad. It's going to be sad to see them go, but I do like their flavor. Inquisitorial agents are super strong. Wormblade, though. I love Wormblade. Another team that's going to be sad to see them go. Because I don't feel like Blooded are a good... Or, I don't think Brood Brothers are a good... Oh, this is where the Wormblade go to. Like, I would rather play Mandrakes than Brood Brothers for that same feel. I am interested in Hand of the Archon because I have not looked at their stuff. Where is it? Oh, they weren't. Wait, were they recent? No, they weren't recently updated. Team rules. Hand of the Archon. Because my friend had Hand of the Archon, and I liked some of their ideas. I liked some of the concepts they had. But then everything else just felt super bland about them, which that's not good. Nine-man team. Cool. Sky Splinter Assassin. Gunners of 2 variety. Agent. So I'm guessing heavy gunner, regular gunner. Include operative list once. Kill team can only include up to 2 Darklight. So yep, Darklight restriction still. Recon, Seek and Destroy. Figure. It's fine. Okay. Power from Pain. From my understanding, you don't have to kill someone to get these anymore. They changed it so that like you don't just have to use the specialists that only need to hurt someone. Anyone can do it. An enemy operative was injured during that action. So yeah, injury, sure. An enemy operative was incapacitated during the action. So you get that 2 stage. And you get double for killing elites. That's nice. You can spend friendly operatives' pain tokens on the invigorators below when the win condition is met. You cannot use more than 1 invigoration per activation or counteraction. Activation or counteraction. Except stimulated senses, which can be used in addition to other invigorations. So +1 APL, that's pretty standard. Operative regains D3 +1. That's not bad. Operative can immediately perform free dash. This is the iteration from them being Corsairs. After an operative incapacitates an enemy and when operative is removed. So you have to kill during counteract, before or after it performs an action. You can heal in counteract only. Activation or counter. Okay, activation or counteraction. So just generally during it. During operative's activation before, so yeah. Reroll any of your dice results of one result. This is what, ceaseless? So this just gives you ceaseless. Operative is shooting with a splinter rifle during the activation in which it hasn't performed a charge fallback reposition. So this is similar to the Corsair roll. This allows you to shoot and then do these, as opposed to do those then shoot. That's not bad. They're basically like mini Corsairs here with a couple more options. Melee weapons rending rules. Beautiful. Beautiful. Friendly hand of the Archon operative is fighting against a wounded enemy. This is a later one then. What's the terminology? I'm trying to remember. Wounded and injured. Is wounded just damaged? I know there's like 2 states. Oh, it wouldn't be in here. That's right. Kill Team Light rules. Wounded is just 1 health down, right? Or no? Yeah. Yeah, so it is injury is half. So anytime you damage someone, you get pain tokens. That's nice. That is definitely a good upgrade from before. When a friendly hand of the Archon operative is activated before you determine its order, you can select one enemy operative that friendly operative isn't a valid target for. Oh, the From Darkness death. This was something that they kind of added into Ambush for Wormblade in the last game, or like the last iteration. You can retain one of your normal successes as a crit. This is like a better version though, because then it's this plus this. Oh no, melee. You retain one. Operative is shooting or fighting. So yeah, this plus melee. With this, you just run up on someone and just guarantee a crit. Guaranteeing the rending. Shooting a friendly hand of the Archon operative that's more than 2 inches from an enemy operative. Heavy terrain is intervening or any part of that friendly operative's base is underneath advantage. You can reroll one of your defense dice. Defensive options. Not the greatest, not the worst. Use this firefight ploy during a friendly hand of the Archon operative's activation. During that activation, that operative can perform fallback for 1 AP less. Yeah. That's not bad. Good for getting out and still performing actions. Definitely better for falling back and then potentially shooting someone. Which is really good. Use this fire, especially if it blasts pistol in your hand. Use this firefight ploy after an opponent uses a firefight ploy. Ooh, this is the counter one. I love this. The next time they would use that ploy, they must spend 1 additional CP to do so, at which point this effect ends. You cannot use this ploy again during the battle until its effect has ended. So yeah, you can't just coat everyone's stuff in this. There's so many teams where they have a firefight ploy that you're going to see almost every phase. This is good. But this is one of those abilities where you really need to know the game. You really need to know what your opponents can do. You need to look at it and go, oh, you're going to be using that all the time, aren't you? Devious scheme. Use the firefight ploy when it's your turn to activate a friendly operative. You can skip this activation. Ooh, I remember this. This is a rehash of the old one. I could see doing this turn 2 like right away. I could see if you're positioned well enough, I could see turn 2 if the Hand of the Archon win initiative, right? If they win initiative, they decide to go second. That way they get the enhanced command points. That way they get the ability to win the tie in round 3. And then right away, this. Like, enemy activates 1 unit, this. Like, right away, just do it. Be obnoxious. Use this firefight play after rolling your attack dice for friendly Hand of the Archon operative. If it's shooting against or fighting against a wounded, not injured, wounded, you can re-roll any of your attack dice. That's nice. That's real nice. Cabalite Archsiberite. Yep. He still has it. It's beautiful. I love it. This is weird, though. So, I don't know if you guys noticed in my last video I talked about this. In the Gambit step... So, it says at the first opportunity. Okay. Okay. So, if you guys didn't notice, what I talked about in the last episode. So, there's a couple situations where you're given strategic gambits that are meant for other things, right? Like you get the TAC Op card that tells you have to mark a target as a strategic gambit. You'll have the operation where as a strategic gambit, someone chooses to surge an objective, like that kind of stuff. It's crazy because people were like, wait, can I just pass and not do it then? That way it screws over my opponent. Also, in approved ops, you pick TAC Ops, I believe. No, I think you pick your TAC Op and your crit op after someone chooses to go with that strategic gambit. It's a strategic gambit that then lets both players pick. So that's that situation where in my head I was looking at it, I was like, well, what if no one does it? What if both players are just like, screw that. We're not using TAC Ops, we're not using crit ops, but we're playing approved ops. We're just not going to use the strategic gambit. So in this last write-up, the last QA, one of the teams had this, I think. Oh, no, it was the approved ops QA. The way Games Workshop put it was, look, if it's a strategic gambit meant for what you're doing in that situation, the players cannot pass until it has been used, is what they made it sound like. So, first opportunity. This would mean, like, let's say turn 2, you have the ability to, like, power surge, and you're the person who's supposed to power surge. You're going to have to power surge. You're not allowed to pass. This is a little bit tricky then in that situation. Because if you want to pass for the CP, but your opponent watched you surge and then passes, like, can you imagine that? Their opponent watches you use the surge because you have to, and then they go, pass. And you're like, you piece of crap. Because it has to be at the first opportunity. So if you pass there, then you're in the round, right? You're just in. And if you don't, you lose this. That is so wild to me now that I'm thinking about that. That is crazy. I love this though. Venom Blade, lethal 4 plus. 4 or 5 damage, lethal 4. Crits for days. How's the blast pistol look? Pierce 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that feels reduced. This feels a lot worse than it was. I thought this damage was higher in the old one. That's weird. This is the team of lethal 5 though. Beautiful. Once per turning point, when a friendly Hand of the Archon operative gains 1 of your pain tokens, one friendly Hand of the Archon agent operative that doesn't have one. Ooh, spread the pain tokens. Nice. Once per turning point, when this operative incapacitates an enemy operative in his control range, you can select one other enemy operative within 6 of the incapacitated operative until the start of the next turning point. That other enemy operative cannot control markers. Yeah, this is the run in as early as you can. Kill the guy on the objective and then kill or then target one of the closest people to the objective to not be able to capture it. You basically guarantee you hold that objective at that point. Crimson Duelist. First time this operative performs a fight action during each of its activations. If neither its enemy operative in that sequence is incapacitated, immediately perform a free fight. Ooh, I like. Tangle whenever its operative is fighting or retaliating with this weapon, which it will. Block can be allocated 2 blocks to block 2 unresolved successes instead of 1. Nice. He's good. I feel like this was basically him before. It's good though. Cabalite Disciple of Yolendra. Was this the big one? Yeah, Torment Grenade. Whenever an enemy operative is incapacitated. Also Stinger. Is this the reverse one? No. Before it's removed, kills on inflict D3 damage on each other operative visible to him within 2 inches of it. That's ridiculous. Select one operative visible 6 inches. So visibility and 6 inches. That operative and each other operative within 1 inch takes a test. Roll a d6, adding 1 if operative has save stat of 4+ or worse than 3. Okay. Worse on a 3+. Inflict D3 damage on that operative, and it gains 1 of your poison tokens if it doesn't already. Whenever an operative that has 1 of your poison tokens is activated, inflict D3. This is the better version of the Plague Marine poison. Operative cannot perform this action in control range. Yeah, this was the MVP before, in my opinion. This was like the top tier. You could have your Dark Lance, you could have whatever. This was your top tier. This unit made or broke whether or not you were going to easily get through a game. No, there's no reason for them to change Big 40k to alternating like Kill Team. The problem is like how you have to picture that in terms of like Horde teams. The way they would have to fix it is by making it so that there's less units on the field overall for every team. And then they would do it. But a single game right now of 40k, if you would alternate activations between squads, the games at the store between like newer players take like 4 hours. That game would take like 8 hours. You could never play a game in Armageddon scale with alternating activations like that. I don't think they're ever going to change it. I think they're going to leave alternating at small scale. Although, to my understanding, the new Titanicus stuff, whatever they call it, Legion Imperialis, that's alternating. Maybe they'll add us. So they've always wanted to add a way for you to counterplay, right? That's what Overwatch is for. That's what all that is. That's what is it? Heroic Intervention. All that type of stuff. That's their version of how to counterplay. I could maybe see them at some point getting to a situation where maybe you could pay a command point and have one of your units fully do something in a way where it won't be able to do something in your own turn. Like a big thing. Like not just like Overwatch, but like maybe move and then shoot. Maybe that happens just after the enemy shooting phase or something. I don't know. Like they might add weird stuff to make it feel like there's a little bit of agency and counterplay, but I don't think they'll ever get that far. It's going to be mostly full team strategy back and forth. Which personally, yeah, I don't really like it as much as Kill Team or Underworlds, which are both alternating, but it is what it is. AOS though, AOS being back and forth for some reason still feels really good. I don't know how they pulled it off, but like if I have one bad round in 40k where I go and I think, oh, I'm perfect in this position, and then my opponent goes, oh, by the way, all this is deep struck here, I roll all my charge rolls, blah 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 blah, and I'm just in your face and I'm crushing you. It's like, god damn it. But AOS, the way they set up rolls in that game, it's basically like pillow fighting 90% of the time. So when someone's like, haha, I'm here now and I'm charging you, you're like, no. And then the rolls happen and you lose like one guy. It doesn't feel bad at all. And then you roll back and they lose a guy and you're like, oh, okay. It just feels so much better because then you see that and you're like, all right, well, let me start positioning in different ways so I could maybe fall back and let me get this guy over here to like work on that. I have my range squad. I'm going to shoot into your squad because you can shoot into melee combat. Like, yeah, there's like a lot more going on in that game that makes it feel better. I actually really like AOS. I'm happy I already had a demon team put together because of my whole Thousand Suns collection. Combat drugs. At the end of the select operative step, if this operative selected deployment, select one of the following combat drugs. This is the 6-up feel no pain, right? Damage of 3 or more. Roll 1d6. Yeah, this is the 6-up feel no pain. Select one friendly operative that has combat drugs to gain one of your pain tokens. This is a strategic gambit. So this is how you can start stacking pain tokens on someone right away. Select one of the following combat drugs for friendly. Okay, so all of them. And then does he still get to switch? Yeah, you can start switching them up. I feel like one of the first things he's going to do is you'll probably pick... Smooth staff from being injured. This used to be +1 move. Everyone always went with the 6+ feel no pain, but the wording of the old 6+ feel no pain made it not work, I think, on mortal wounds. Like, it was explicitly... There was something about it where it was explicitly the damage dealt by actually expending the dice for injury as opposed to, like, retaining them. So mortal wounds would just go through. And I was like, it's okay, but it's not the best. And it's 6+, that's garbage. But everyone was like, yeah, that's what you go, because feel no pain's super strong. It's like, all right, yeah, mathematically, sure. But they also had move an extra inch, which, I mean, all elves get that now. And I was always a big proponent of start with the extra inch of movement. Such a good concept. But this, 100%, this is how it starts. I think every single game starts this way. The first time this guy activates, the whole goal is to put this on one person that you really want to have it. I think that's his whole play for turn 1. And then after that point, it's just going around doing this to people. Oh, we were skipping this song. Pain Sculptors. Normal critical damage of 3 or more inflicts. This is just the passive feel no pain. Lol. Whenever this operative is using this weapon, the first time you strike with a success during the sequence. This is actually interesting then. When an attack dice inflicts damage of 3 or more, roll 1d6. On a 6, subtract 1. Normal and critical damage of 3 or more inflicts 1 less damage. Okay. So the way this sequence should work is if it's at 3 and then it goes down by 1, this won't trigger. If it's at 4 and it goes to 3, I think you roll this to see if it goes down even further. Whenever this operative is using this weapon, the first time you strike with a critical success during the sequence, you can spend one of your friendly Hand of the Archon operatives within 6 inches to gain one of your pain tokens. You can select. So this guy can get a pain token if he wants, or you can hand it out. It's not bad. These guys are good. I'm liking them. Blaster versus... I feel like the blaster is underpowered. I know they reduced the plasma guns, like general overall feel of how they work. And this seems to be in line with that. Like, this doesn't feel that good. Whereas this feels awesome because of rending specifically. I mean, piercing 2 is fine. Like, if you're going against 3+ saves, this all day. But I don't know. Against everything else, they really brought up the shredder benefit. Shredders were like meh before. But now they're actually super good, especially in close quarters. Rending and lethal 5 in close quarters. Oof. Dark Lance. Piercing 2. Decent damage numbers. Not the worst. Splinter Cannon. I feel like Splinter Cannon is still really good, though. Lethal 5 is great. With the option of Torrent 1 full field. This guy, though. This guy was kind of cool. Razor Wing is still silent, full field. He's still really low damage. Saturate Seek. It's perfect. You can just leave this guy in conceal while doing stuff and then chucking his bird out. Select operative step. When you're selecting equipment, you can select one of your enemy operative, or you can select one enemy operative or one other friendly Hand of the Archon operative. Reveal the selection. Whenever attack or defense dice are rolled for that operative, if it's an enemy, you must re-roll. Yes, this is the pseudo anti-crit. This is so good. Friendly operative, you can re-roll any dice result of 1. This is so good into teams that like rely on crits. The thing is, it says when rolled. Does force... So, rolls and rerolls occur before retention. This was something they talked about in the QA as well. You don't retain until you roll. So if I have something that goes, you guarantee to retain a crit, I don't think this works for it. Because I didn't roll the 6. It's not a 6 that you rolled. You've just retained a crit, which on it, at the end of the day, it's a blank facing dice that just says crit on it at that point. So, like, auto retention of crits gets around this pretty hard. This operative doesn't perform the mark unique action. During its activation, you can perform 2 shoot actions, but Razor Wing must be selected for 1. This is good, though. Devastating 2, lethal 5. Actually, no, because this damage sucks. That's 4 damage at most. He is a lot closer range, I feel. I thought before he was more of like a sniper character, but this feels like he's supposed to be mid to close range. So whenever this was this operative, until the end of the turning point, whenever this operative is shooting that enemy operative, you can select this effect. Operative range weapons have Seek Light. The enemy operative cannot be obscured. This operative cannot perform this action while in control range of an enemy operative. I guess from stealth, you would want to mark and then bird. Because even though they don't retain saves, and even though this avoids cover, they could still get obscuring. And then this will just get rid of obscuring for this whole attack sequence, which is a bit better. Chain Snare. If you do roll 2d6 on 1d6, the enemy operative has higher wound stat than the friendly operative. For result of 4+. Activation counteraction. Cannot perform this action during that activation. I never liked this. I really genuinely feel like something like this should actually force the AP to be spent. Like 100%. I feel this is such a good concept, and there's a bunch of teams that have something similar. I think the RBDs have something like this. I genuinely feel like one of the big changes they need to make is that this goes away, because this rarely happens. Let's be real. People were talking about the Hand of the Archon, so we're just looking at stuff before I go back to painting. But I feel like this really does need to go away. I think if you're going to risk running away, I think there should be a downside. And then you get forced to stay in combat. The attack stat friendly under the Archon's array of blades. That's always good. It's probably a guaranteed take. Up to twice per turning point whenever friendly Hand of the Archon operative is fighting or retaliating. You're selecting a melee weapon. You can use this roll if you do. This is probably a guaranteed take too as well. Lethal 5. Twice per turning point. That's so good. Twice per turning point whenever friendly Hand of the Archon operative is shooting. And you select add 1 to normal damage. Yeah, this is it. Wicked, Refined, and Toxin. Every game. Should get back to painting though. We're getting close to finishing. Wow. Because people were talking about Hand of the Archon, and I remember my friend had them, and they felt really like lackluster. They had some cool concepts, but they didn't really feel like an amazing team. I wanted to see where they were now. They seem better. They seem a little better. They still feel like just kind of like a basic team. It's hard to describe. It's kind of like the Imperial Guard, where it's just like a bread and butter, these are our guns kind of team. They have enough flavor, though, I think, with some of those specialists. Those specialists seem pretty good. There, a lot of people are kind of hyper focusing on teams needing to be able to get that +1 APL option. The whole purpose of Vespid is like on most of the maps you're gonna play, you're really gonna find out that their mobility is really good. That's the core of it. It's why they can't really do extra APL. It's just way too strong. So you kind of need other ways of like utilizing AP. I feel like a lot of new people are getting into the game and not realizing how consistent low APL teams have been just throughout the course of history in Kill Team, where you don't have to necessarily gain an extra AP. You just need to use the AP you have better, is the way most people put it. They're an odd team, definitely, I think. From what I've seen of their rules, we've kind of played them a little bit. But you want a mobile team with 3 AP? Play Harlequins. Harlequins are solid with their mobility, and then 3 AP just in general, really good. Sadly, they'll go away after a year competitively. They will be missed by everyone who never played against them, because they were wild. It was one of the most obnoxious teams of all time with the old fly rule. They would just pop over a wall, shoot you, and pop back, which is why they're trying to avoid giving flying teams the access to 3 AP. It's a little too strong. Just a little. Quite possibly one of the least interesting ways to play. Like, it was everyone hates when the way someone plays against you is absolutely counterproof, and that was Harlequins. They come over the wall and you're thinking, yeah, now I'll be able to shoot them in my turn, and then they go back over the wall after shooting you and killing one of your units, and you're just like, oh, god damn it. So obnoxious. one-way shooting was big, but even though one-way shooting is not big anymore, obscuring shooting is still really good. And you can also, to my understanding from just reading the rules the way we did, you can, it's not non-reciprocal, but there is a way to set up for non-obscure monodirectional, which if you can shoot someone without having to deal with the obscuring rule, and then if they counteract back into you and have to deal with the obscuring rule, that's kind of crazy. Obscuring is really strong. I don't think people understand that. No crits and you have to throw away one of your hits. That's actually a little crazy. Yeah, like I was using obscuring against an enemy that I played once, and like you have to utilize whatever defensive options you have. Things I've seen most 2APL teams have are incredible defensive options. Like retaining 2 dice from cover. That's insane. That is so insane. Double dice retention from cover is so strong when you consider that, like, on average, most enemy teams are going to hit you like 3 times when they shoot. And if you can position yourself in such a way where you get like cover and obscuring, yeah, good luck. Like, honestly. I want to get some of their robes done. Like, you're going to feel like you can't do as much, but the reality is you need to kind of select which units aren't going to be doing much so that others can. And just going with that. That's how Vet Guard used to win all the time. That's how Commandos used to win all the time. There were just units on their team where they were like, this guy's not shooting for at least 3 rounds. This guy is doing work for those 3 rounds. And that just becomes the process. Which, yeah, and then it doesn't feel good for a lot of people who are looking for a game where you're just constantly rolling dice and killing your opponent, which we all kind of hope. We all kind of hope that that would be the games we play. Alright, we set up. Now time to roll 100 dice and see who wins. Alright, sound. Yeah, the game is, I think at this point, it's more about points denial than just going for points. It depends, I guess, on how the tournament's set up, right? Like, some tournaments can be set as they place you based on your score, not just your win rating. So if you get to the end of a tournament and you're winning a lot, but you're not doing that well score-wise because your whole purpose is to counter people's scoring, then it might not feel so well. But I think most places seem to be consistent about it being win rating, and that the score is sort of secondary. Like, all that matters is the dub. And I've won Underworld's games by, in the final activations, going, I'm going to go not into combat and I'm going to walk away. And like that moment of me choosing to not fight is like, that's it. I won. You can't beat me now. Like, it's over. You have nothing in your hand to get around this. I have now won. And to a degree, Kill Team has that same potential. You just gotta know when to not get into combat. I mean, the best way to make joint tops difficult is to not run with NPO rules. Like, honestly, you almost just want someone to like DM. Because the problem is NPO rules are abusable. We've live streamed NPO games here. You basically, me and chat working together to try to defeat NPOs. And every single time we've done it, we've been able to sort of like cheese the NPOs into doing things that doesn't help them and actually gives us the opening we need to win. So that's something that, like, maybe you gotta try to get around. Like, a little bit. Just a little bit. Have you done the new NPO missions? New NPO missions sound like they could be good. Like, for people looking for a little bit of difficulty. Because that sniper rule... Oof. The new sniper rule is just straight up good. It's abusable a little bit. I think the best way to deal with it is having a really tough unit sit in obscuring and kind of force him to shoot at them. Like early on. Yeah, like, people are manipulating NPOs. Definitely consider rules as a group to figure out what you want to do to make NPOs better. Because, yeah, if you're good enough at games, if you're good enough at a tactics game to recognize exploitable behaviors, this is going to be the easiest thing for you to play. Like, just the fact that NPOs activate in sequence of, like, who's closest at certain times, you can kind of trick NPOs to go to places that they really shouldn't, and then get into combat with them and kill them. And I don't think that's that good. But yeah, your team, your group can also figure out... We've been trying to tinker with the idea of NPO boss fights. Like, could you get some stats together conceptually and fight a Dreadnought with a co-op team? Think about that. That could be cool. Maybe have it activate a few times during a single game. Like, it gets like 3 total activations where it's AP resets. I think that could be fun as hell. Or maybe you give it a huge AP pool, but then give it the similar ability to the Patriarch, where it can activate multiple times in a single turn. Or in a single battle round. Oh, you need an idea? I mean, April Fool's is all about, like, subversive things. Whatever you're playing, how about this? Whenever an action is taken, maybe there's, like, a random chart or something that occurs where stats get moved around. Like, for the overall action, stats will just get readjusted. It'll be like, oh, well, your strength stat is now your, you know, charisma or something. Just out of nowhere. Maybe because of the new rules. Yeah, like suddenly all your melee weapons are ranged and ranged weapons are melee, that kind of thing. But what if, with all the new rules and stuff for like AOS and everything, AOS has a lot of like conceptual crossover with how the 40k rules work. They're still very standalone and very on their own. Like they have a lot of their own flavor kind of deal, right? But what if you pit a 40k army against an AOS army where each worked only within their rule set? Because at that point, you're basically... the dice rolls are pretty much just turning into wounds and then getting sent to the other side. I mean, it's the same thing across both. Based on your dice rolls, you do this kind of situation. There's still saves to be made. Ren still adjusts save rolls. Like, there's a lot of common terminology between the two. So pit AOS, have a game where like an AOS army gets pit against 40k. And the armies individually work within their own parameters during those turns. That could be something fun. Maybe, potentially. Could also be absolutely horrible. I could have just suggested a terrible concept. Because, like, I could 100% see sending an endless spell at, like, a bunch of Space Marines. Just being like, this did, like, 15 mortals to you, man. Have fun with that. Because there is a lot of crossover. There's things from most of the stuff has the same terminology. Like if you use the endless spell Shackles that slows enemy units down, it's the same thing. Like if the 40k team wants to go, it's like, all right, well, you lose this many inches of your movement kind of deal. Like there's actually a lot of potential for crossover. It's just how everything's sequenced. AOS players would get the advantage of not worrying about enemies counterspelling them or banishing their summons. .40k players would just have ridiculous freaking stats for ranged attacks and stuff. Oh, you're thinking like random effect? Like a random fun effect that can just kind of like happen? Exploding's usually fine. A long time ago, they did suggest for games of like Kill Team to occasionally lean into like some fun terrain concepts. They actually released a deck of cards for what they were considering the jungle version of Kill Team, where you kind of, if you were like, oh, we're on a jungle planet, you would need to draw cards to see what the effects were, like carnivorous plants and stuff like that. So you could almost create like a deck of cards of just wild things that could occur, and maybe every battle round they pull a card, and that's what they have to deal with. Like Flash Flood, everyone that's not near heavy terrain is injured for their movement if they activate. Prometheum Leak. All stats halved. You could always do that where the like he's saying, where you have opponents set up terrain, and then right before they set their units down, go, all right, everyone switch sides. do think there's value in pitting. I mean, the problem is the points cost difference. I think AOS, I don't know, statistically speaking, though, maybe it's fine because they have better stats, technically. But, like, my Disciples of Tzeentch Demon army at 2K would not work as a Disciples, or as a Chaos Demons 2K Tzeentch army. Just wouldn't work. I think it's like 1,500 points. But stats-wise, if you look at it, blue horrors are a lot better in AOS for how they work. Same thing with pink horrors. Like, they just work better. Which is great. I do think a printed up deck of cards with random effects that occur every round during some games could be fun. For this round, both teams switch their hit stats. Just out of nowhere, Cardsmen are just cracking friggin' Space Marines in the face. No issues. Space Marines are acting like they've never seen a bolt gun before. You roll the inverse of your armor save. I don't know if we'll see a kill team. Like, I don't know if it's really necessary to do, like, a kill team video game. going a video game route and focusing on the game feeling like the game everyone plays already is a little weird at times. The only times I've ever really seen it done is usually when the company making the game is thinking it doesn't have much time left. Like around the time War Machine was falling apart was when they released a War Machine game that basically had all the same rules as War Machine. Like you didn't need to like you just play that instead, and it was like weird that they did it. And then shortly after, everything started falling apart with them, so it kind of made a little bit of sense. Like there's not even a reason to theme it. Honestly, if they want to keep making video games, you keep going the route of utilizing what the game stands for, but then just applying it in different formats, right? Like the Space Marine concept. Like Space Marine 2 isn't the game, but Space Marine 2 made a ton of people go out and go, I want to buy a Space Marine army. I want to learn what this game's all about. So you can focus on cool stuff. Like you can do big, sweeping single-player experiences. You can have like decent action games or maybe like other stuff and just see if it pulls people in. Like hell, games that you probably don't expect to kind of enhance the player base might actually be doing that without us really knowing it. Like Speed Freaks. There's a chance Speed Freaks got a bunch of people to go like, I kind of want to play this game and I kind of want to play orcs. Because, I mean, they put a lot of the orcish feel and vibe into that game of just like random crap happening. Well, that's just a tactics game, like a straight tactics game. Chaos Gate, and I mean, that just exists. I don't know if they go completely into the kill team genre. I highly doubt they would want to lean into it. Did anyone ever play the old Chaos Gate, like the original one? I did. It was hilarious. It was so fun. It was kind of like old school computer gaming type stuff where the people developing the game, they weren't really meta focused. They weren't really trying to balance anything all that much. They just wanted to give someone a fun experience, which, I mean, that's beautiful. I love that. I just remember I always had one character that never died. And he went to every single mission. I kept making sure he was fully spec'd and geared up at all times. So by the end of the game, he was in Terminator armor. He had dual lightning claws. And he had enough action points that he could kick open a door of a room filled with Chaos Space Marines and cultists. And then proceed to run into the room and kill every single one of them before giving up his action. Like, he actively was able to just full team wipe the enemy. These guys are done. Skell's done. Let's get the basing on. Make sure these guys are decently far away. This stuff is a little finicky. You almost want to do it in a booth. I thought they did say they were working on the 40K one. I thought that was one of like the rumors or hints around the time that like the new 40K rules came out. Like a bunch of companies were watching the success and they started talking about it like, oh yeah, we're doing something in that universe. This will be fun. Yeah, but I feel like Total War Warhammer got way too big for what it was. Like, that was one of the things where one of our friends, my group of friends, there was one of them was like, yo, you guys play Warhammer? And we were like, yeah. And he was like, dude, I love Total War Warhammer. This is a person you would not expect to be like, make that connection and like say those things in that order. It's like, what? Like, I don't know. Something about the old Total War Warhammer games, like the older ones, just really captured people for some reason. I guess because they weren't used to grimdark fantasy. Like, everything about fantasy in most video games is like high fantasy or just bright poppy fantasy. Like, it's all just simple. And then for them to get introduced to like the horrors of it, it's like, yeah, man. Isn't that cool? So he was really into it. But then I kept hearing people say like the new one wasn't that great. And it might have been like hyped up expectations. just due to how many people liked the first one. The first and second. It's that like bitter fan base concept. I think George Lucas talked about it, how much he hated the fans of the thing he made, because at some point all of them start to think that they could do better. And they just start bringing that up at every step of the way. Oh, that was a dumb thing you did in that story. I wouldn't have done it that way. Okay, go make your own universe. That's massive selling and beloved by many. No, once you start looking into it, it's vast enough that there's something you're gonna look at and go, okay, that's cool. Even if everything else that you look at in that part of that like overall game is kind of mediocre to you at best, or like something you don't even care about, there's always gonna be the one thing that you're gonna just be like, yeah, I need more of that in my life. That's just perfect. Like the amount of people who view Warhammer 40k and the fantasy universe as like one thing because that's all they're used to within that genre. Like, oh, it's just more Lord of the Rings. It's got a little bit of like Discworld in there, concepts, the idea of multiple realms, the ability to travel between them. There's other stuff going on. There's fun things happening. I mean, the models are great. This guy got some extra pink stuff on him. I'm gonna get that painted over before I varnish. These guys are so dainty. I hate the feeling of them flexing in my hand. Just when I touch the base with some paint. Like, I'm literally just touching the base a little bit, and the whole model bends. It's like, Jesus. I would hate to play this army in AOS, since that's like 80% of their models. No, yeah, minis and monsters are expensive. This is mica powder. It's a little different than general pigment powder, but it doesn't really stick. Like, it does settle down. There is a bunch of methods you can attempt with any kind of pigment powder to try to hold it a little bit better. One of the big ones is spraying it with isopropylene alcohol. You get like a squirt bottle, like a misty squirt bottle, and you just mist the model with it, because that alcohol just evaporates and it helps it stick to the surface a little bit better. When you varnish it, like I'm gonna varnish it, you can't really varnish close, because the goal is to not get the base like wet. Because if you get the base wet, what ends up happening is that the pigment powder becomes a paste. And it sort of just like becomes a single sheet of paint. I might have to redo the Ember Watch or the Ember Guard teams, because that kind of happened with them. I varnished a little too close, and all the pigment powder I put down turned into like flat brown colors, which is not the worst, but I definitely would prefer it to have that grit to it. It's the whole point of using pigment powder. Ugh. I think I inhaled some. I always try to knock off the excess, though, because if there's a lot on it, there will be excess powder that will just come right off. So you usually want to tap it off, see what it looks like afterwards. There was a really good video someone in my local area posted up about pigment powders, because I've always been annoyed with how few pigment powders there are on the market. Like, there's just not a lot of good ones, like good colors. Mica powders are great, but they're always hyper saturated. So if you're not looking for something hyper saturated, like you want like a weird like dark blue rusty color or something, like you're aiming for some odd color that doesn't normally exist, you're not really gonna find it. But this guy kind of showed that you can buy, I think it's a pastel, like pastel, those brick things, those brick markery pen, not pen, like almost like chalk, but it's not chalk. It's, I think it's the pastel ones. You buy those and you buy a mortar and pestle, and you literally just mortar and pestle them until they become fine powder, and then you can use it. And you can get so many more colors out of that than you can normally get from, I guess, storefront purchased pigment powder, which tends to just be browns, reds, oranges, or like I think gray sometimes, and that's about it. And those like chalky marker things are super cheap. You can get really cheap ones that just perform as well as any others will, which is kind of cool if you think about it. Because a single bottle of pigment powder, like this sized, depending on where you get it from, like if it's one of those like high quality, quote unquote, brands like we have Vallejo pigments, these can be kind of expensive for what they are. Whereas like for the single price of a single bottle, you could buy an extremely cheap collector set for like the pigment sticks and then just grind them down yourself. Because he did that, then he showed using it on terrain. He used like blues and like teals and turquoises and greens, and he actually built the terrain up to feel like proper, like some proper terrain. Like moss and grass and stuff. It looked really good. We are almost done. I'm not going to want to move it around too much when it's done. I can try to show you guys the journey. And we'll probably call it for today. Later in the week, maybe Wednesday, I don't know. We'll try to get to work on all the night stuff, including gluing and magnetizing. Might have to Dremel tool. I don't think you missed much. I'm gonna have to get moving for food soon. Gotta cook some stuff. But yeah. We'll probably call it here because we still have to do all these nights things that I was building. Like we gotta get through that. We did the terrain though. I actually worked on the terrain overnight. So all terrain done. I'm gonna varnish that. But yeah, these guys are complete. I'm going to try to varnish them up. The new orc kill team is interesting because it almost looks like an elite orc team. Because I don't think they're going to have as many units on the field as, like, the classic orcs. right? Oh, we forgot to do one thing. I think what could be a little more interesting, not necessarily to say that the orcs aren't interesting, is the notion that even though the Ratling team is like, hey, these are Ratlings, that's cool, they're also Bullgrin and Ogrin. And some people have said that there's a chance that team actually can become an elite team, specifically with Bullgrin and Ogrin. I think is cool as heck. I mean, I also think it sucks that you're going to be buying the box for the Ratlings, only to find out that you're going to need to buy Bullgrin and Ogrin if you actually want the complete set. So, yet another round of Hand of the Archon. Or not Hand of the Archon. Blades of Cain. Magical left eye on every single one of them. Probably not. Posing for advantage is always going to be a thing. Most of the average players that play competitively, they're not going to do any of that. They're not going to be like, oh, let me get this Ratling as low to the ground as possible. They're just going to build them as they're supposed to and call it. The only controversy is going to come from, like, smaller tournament scenes with people who would do that regardless of which team they play. Grab my black light. We gotta shut lights off. All right, we gotta. Because this camera hates this. kind of thing. Let me this is why we do it. Because mica powder glows. Like a lot. Oh, focus. Not glow in the dark, to be specific. It is just blacklight reactive. That is all. There is glow in the dark medium that one of the store owners like. After I started doing this and showing people this kind of stuff, where I was like, "Hey, check out these models that react to blacklight and are extremely saturated and kind of awesome." I feel like people at my local store started doing things where they were like, what can we do? So one of them stumbled into something I was debating using, which is kind of cool. There's a medium that exists. Let me pull it up for you guys, actually, before we get moving. See if I can find it. No. It's called Golden Phosphorescent Medium. There's other companies that sell it as well. I just want to find a picture of it. I guess that works. Hiya. This stuff. So this is almost clear. You can actually kind of even put pigment into it because it's a medium. Like it's sort of like this medium. And what some of the people who play the undead factions for AOS have been doing is they'll paint them the way they want to, and then they'll thin this down, apply it to a surface, right? Doesn't really change visually how the thing looks. It still looks what it looks like. But then when you turn the lights off or hit it with a black light, it goes pure green. This is actually the glow-in-the-dark stuff. Yeah, it goes on clear. Like, you can play around with this if you want. You can almost have some like fun concepts and effects where you'll shock people when you put the stuff away in like a box that's darker and then it just starts glowing and they're just like, what the hell? Get that radium. My teeth are falling out, but the things look really cool. But yeah, these are good. These guys are all set. I want to do a photo shoot with them, but I'm going to want to varnish them first and let that dry. So I'm going to go do that. We're going to go do that. Thanks for hanging out again. Most likely we'll stream again on Wednesday, potentially, because we do really need to finish these guys up. We got to get the front parts painted, stuff fixed up. Blended a little bit, body paint areas, glow effects that are a little bit less gradiated on certain components. We got things to do with them. And then we also have to finish painting and then magnetize all these little guys, as well as all of the ones I've already painted, and then all of my war dogs, which means we are going to play the game of I really hope I don't screw up the polarity as I glue these magnets in. Because as long as the magnets are all the same polarity, we're fine. If that screws up, there's going to be a single set of weapons that have to only work with one of the freaking war dogs. I'm not happy about that, so we'll have to work real hard. I need to make sure we have the magnets as well, because I think the magnets I have on hand currently are not the right size. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have another box of the super small magnets that would work. Oh, I think I found them. And I don't think I have enough. I'd have to count that out. We'll get as many done as we can. In particular, we really need these to be magnetized. So at the very least, I have 6, 7, 8. I have 8 war dogs, so 8 of these will go into the war dogs. That's perfectly fine. And then another 8 for the missile launchers, and then we'll see how far we get with the meltaguns and the stubbers. And that should be it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Don't forget we have a community Discord. If you have not joined, you can post up your own painting projects there. Looks like Moon Salad posted up his 3D printed giant Land Cruiser crazy ship. Always good. And we can always talk about rules and stuff there. Hopefully I can get a video out. I mean, it's holiday week. Probably not. I'm going to try. We're going to try. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I might try to script tonight and see what happens tomorrow. Until then, later everyone.